Welcome back to Workers and Resources. We will continue our run, but we'll see how long it goes. I went to the doctor. Everything was better, and he gave me medicine to make me feel potentially worse, so we'll see how this one goes. But it is for long time since healing stuff. If I start slurring or sounding weird, let me know. Potentially worse, yes. The side effects of the medicine, basically. So, we'll see how it goes. Thank you. He said I should, if I feel better, if I feel worse at all, I should go to the hospital right away. So, yeah. We will be doing that if that happens. So I'm gonna get as much workers and resources in as possible before then. But yeah, I felt better today. Yeah, was a good run, Mega Monkey. Thank you for your modding. You can take down all the emos from Lopo once I'm gone. That's fine. Leave the rest as is. But yeah. So we're back in our republic, setting up our technical university so that we can hopefully research some better houses. The heating plant will start operating in 8 work days. So we'll start building the houses here too. Can you give a quick summary on this playthrough? Did not get to see the start. I'm uploading this run to YouTube. We've been struggling on Siberia map, starting over here at Nakorov, with Gugozhny being built as our first settlement. We learned that having housing right next, low density housing right next to heating plants is fine. Like, the lack of health is not that big as long as it's low density housing. So our heating plant is pretty much in the settlement. We developed our houses around it. And that one was running some logging industry, was not profitable enough. And it started a rail construction office, and I wanted to build a second settlement far away, because that's what we've been doing in the village run and the homemade infrastructure run. And I like doing that now, like developing more, or trying to develop further into the map. Although on Siberia map that's kind of difficult. Bugodonsk got developed to run a clothing factory, also wasn't profitable enough. Fuel prices have been ridiculously high and eating up most of our profits until now. The fuel prices are still trying to do that. So the second setup was an iron mine complex up here, which is extracting iron with high quality into two processing plants and a single train that runs an export. Long train, of course. And that's what we've been doing for the last 17 years. Getting used to the new low capacity of the housing. We're still at 2,400 citizens. With that many houses feels really cool that you have to spread out your development that much. And with the technical university, I would like to research some higher density housing so that we may turn some of these in the center to better capacity. Or maybe, yeah, I think those in the center, those that are furthest away from the heating plants probably, because I think high density might be more affected by pollution. So the high density housing on Siberia, this is low density, this one is fine, but medium density should be about 150 meters away, I think. Over 100 meters away to be fine. Which is also why this heating plant is next to low density housing. I don't think they will have any problems with that. So I'm kind of like trying out the new design for houses, and that works out fairly well. I'm enjoying that a lot. Alright, we got electricity and the heating plant is running as anticipated. We're looking at the new houses. Today we unlocked more vehicles, eastern vehicles, so the run has become more complex. We got new bulldozers and excavators today, but you don't know about that. We just didn't build everything with all available buildings and vehicles from the get-go. And other than that, our republic is filled with vehicles that go. And people either love or hate it in chat. If there's a traffic jam, get used to that noise. I think we can reduce the amount of workers in the repair station now, because this one is only taking care of the vehicles inside the village, and that is not that many. Which means more workers should make their way up to the clothing factory. Best feature added since early start. With early start, yeah. Since early start might be a weird statement, because... Well, I guess it is true. Yes, it is true what you say. I get it. So the next plan is to make our own coal, because the distances we have to transport resources with road traffic is quite inconvenient. Trying to fill the coal storages for the small heating plants with just trucks is very slow, or we need a lot of vehicles. So, oh my freaking god. Fuel price is... I think the game is trying to kill our run. So Mega Monkey, at which point would you say wood is unprofitable? How high does the fuel price need to go? Board prices right now sell for $9.35 per ton. Fuel costs 2,300. At which point do we say that wood is not profitable anymore and we should probably stop the vehicles? Yes, they changed the Red Cross to Green Cross to probably abide by Geneva Convention rules, I assume. I could export our fuel, make a big... Oh, we almost ran out of fuel completely. Something is really bad with fuel. I have to import fuel again. This is gonna be painful. I'm not looking forward to that. Maybe that is because of all the bitumen I imported. Maybe the game now thinks, oh, we have so many resources in here in our republic, we must be loaded. I wonder if I should export the bitumen again. But if the prices keep going up, like this is market speculation right now. I didn't want Siberia to be a market speculation game because that is kind of terrible. How's the iron and steel and coal price? Steel is okay, 690. Iron is a little bit lower than we had, but still pretty good. Did you see the fuel price, Mega Monkey? Should we shut down wood production when we're now at 2,200 rubles per ton of fuel? I don't know how much the trucks take, but... Well, the wood prices are slowly, ever so slowly coming back. But yeah, mono industry kinda, like tried wood didn't work, the wood price crashed immediately. Tried iron, iron is holding quite nicely. I don't think I'll invest into another train for iron. If we have a stockpile of iron, that would be fine. But the export will be a steady process, I think. There we go. Technical University. I do not have a research yet. So, a research point. We get one in 60 people. Is that pink? I can't tell. I don't think it is. So at what point do you shut down every car except buses? Never. You still need ambulances, you still kinda need police cars, you could shut down, but then you're running into a slow crime death spiral. Oh, is this why the honking is happening? That shouldn't be permanent though, because as gravel gets used, they should be able to bring the resources in then. So this should not really be a problem. As long as the traffic doesn't back up over the whole road. I believe. But yeah, I think the source of the honking is the maintenance vehicles trying to do reconstruction at the gravel processing plant. I guess I don't really have anything that needs gravel at the moment. So I'll just send you out here, let the vehicles do their thing. We could stop bringing the workers from Kugoshny up here to the clothing factory. Like, that's a pretty fuel... I mean, I don't think it's that fuel intense. Like, these vehicles shouldn't consume that much tonnage-wise. Their fuel storage is 0.16 tons. What is the highest fuel consumption for us? Don't think we can filter by fuel consumption. I guess we can filter by engine size and go into maybe covered hull trucks or open hull trucks. The YAG has 75 kilowatts. And I guess these vehicles, when they carry a lot of resources, more than twice the vehicle's weight, then they will probably need more fuel. I wonder if I could bring excess workers. Do we have excess workers? No, they unloaded as a transfer. They always stop here. And then, should there be excess workers at the stop, this vehicle will pick them up and bring them back to the city, and then I guess pick them back up and just carry them back and forth until they get used up. No, I think we have to research something else first. I want better housing. Almost back to 1 million. Well, time to import fuel again, I guess. Maybe the better way to do this is to not turn off the import, but turn off the unloading. So we already have like some fuel to go. I don't click the right vehicle, that one. I should probably turn off the unloading next time. There goes 300k for fuel. Yeah. Okay, train is arriving right now. Let's see. $114,000 per 50 tons. So that's 230,000 per 100k. So 690,000 to fill that storage. But we need the fuel for the logging camp. We have to do it. Mega Monkey said we shouldn't stop that, so... How much do the trucks in the logging camp consume? How much is their, like, carry capacity? Maybe 0.24 tons, so not that large either. What is consuming all the fuel? No, it seems about right. Because vehicle fuel... That view is cooler. Vehicle fuel last year... Oh, let's check... Last month, doesn't say anything. Should still show consumption. Ah, there it is, 40, minus 40. So we consume about 1 point something tons per day. Forty tons. 1 ton per day. I think that doesn't sound like a lot, but it feels like a lot still. I mean, maybe these vehicles are more fuel inefficient, but I don't think they are. Oh wow, look at these buses. 0.6 tons capacity. Are these gas guzzlers? Maybe. They seem like they're going down a lot faster, are they not? Like this one is at 0.06 and it's not even carrying. I think the Gaggenau buses are maybe the fuel inefficient vehicles we have. I don't know what the oldest Gaggenau buses are when we started them. That one. 10.5 years ago. Uh, 10 years ago, so 37. 200 tons, 200, 250, 270, 300. I feel like these might be gas guzzlers. Let's check out another bus. Let's check out the smaller buses that are running between the villages. They seem a lot more normal. They have, of course, like a third of the carry capacity, but they seem a lot more fuel efficient. Yeah, they have like 4 times the engine power. I need to get rid of those vehicles. We need a scrapyard. I need to replace them. I think that might help with fuel. They seem really, really bad. Let's filter by engine power. Yep, 117, 75, 75, 60, 45, and then we're like pretty low already. Just go with the AMO 15. They're gonna reach their top speed exactly the same for winter and non-winter. They're cheaper, more fuel efficient. So how many of the other buses would you need for the same passenger capacity? Should probably do that math before, right? I think since we're gonna have a lot more buses running, it's gonna be like a string of buses running up the road. So maybe 20-ish? Because they do have decent capacity. They had like 17 instead of 30. So I just think I need double or less than double. And they have like a third of the fuel consumption. Or even less. I should build a vehicle depot to make this easier in the future. Can probably... no, I don't think we can fit a vehicle depot there. Oh, maybe. These are compact. These are really compact. Only 6 vehicles. Time to scrap. Yeah, probably a simple scrapyard somewhere. Could be up here in the area. We have a place, we have a storage for metal scrap. Put the scrapyard there, dump the metal scrap in here. The other waste in there, and I don't know. We're 16 people away from our research point. We can repeat research, increase birth rate, which we will do. Okay, the last power line goes over here. So we need a redo where that one hooks up to this switch. Alright. Health is looking really good. But winter is just starting. Also, we're almost out of money. I'm taking clean 1 million loans now. No more trying to min-max the largest amount. It is going to increase our repayment rate though. But I kind of don't want to fiddle around with that. Is there an early scrapyard? No. I don't think we'll need rail scrapping. Or do we? If we set up a rail scrapyard, we can also import trains to scrap them for steel and try and make a profit that way. Welcome back to my... Maybe that's what our people should do in the village. Run a large scrapping facility instead of the clothing factory. 7 tons of pollution. If they're not that much affected from the heating plant, I don't know what other pollution does to them. Like, would this settlement be quite resilient to any type of pollution, or is it just the heating plant? Because it's relatively small and concentrated. Or we run it with the prisoners and put the scrapyard out here. Run a rail line into it. No, that was coal going down. That was coal. Wait, wasn't there a way where you could check the message history? There was like a button for that. There we go. Oh yeah, I'm ignoring the new vehicle availability messages. It doesn't show those that we've clicked away, unfortunately. Oh, okay. If the checkbox is gone, then they don't pop up, but you still get the information. Oh, the new ZIS 155 is available. That one is a trusty vehicle. How much engine power does that one have? Only 70. 52 carry capacity. Well, I guess I know which vehicle we are using. God dang it. Good thing you bought the others. Of course. I had to put something into the scrapyard. Interior temperature, how low does that go? It shouldn't go below shouldn't go below 13 on Siberia. Right now it's still above 15, 16. We have the insulation technology research from the medical university, so we are safe to 13 degrees, and only below that does it start affecting them. But they're really resilient because of that. I guess we're not using up that much gravel right now, so maybe I should put one of these into storage. Using up my vehicle depots now. So the Gaggenau is out, and I guess we only need half of them now. So this one could be 3 of the newer buses, the clothing factory. Then we have to get rid of the Gaggenau somehow. We could set up a rail scrapyard, bring the rail line around and hook it up into it. Have the scrapyard on this side. Footpath from the bus platform across. They can climb through the train tracks, that's fine. And then if we have, like we had like a rule basically. If a vehicle is made out of a lot of steel, it's not a rule, it's like a guideline. Let's say a vehicle is a train is made up of 1,000 tons of steel, and you can buy it for less than, what was it be, $1 million? It would be profit, because then no, not $1 million. Less than 100,000. It basically depends. Like, we were looking at like used vehicles by value, and then checking their empty weight versus their price. So you get 168 tons, and it only costs you 187,000 rubles. Well, this one is quite a lot. So you need like the steel price to be 1,000 selling wise to make this into a profit. So you want as much weight for as little price as possible. This one wouldn't be that valuable. It should be a high, like, year number. This one is a little bit better, but 100 tons for 30,000, so that's pretty good. That's 100 tons for 100 rubles per that is 10,000. So it needs to be at least sell price of 300 for steel. And it's currently 600. Tunnel boring machine was always profitable. I haven't seen a tunnel boring machine that wasn't profitable yet. Okay, the other thing we can do with the vehicles is maybe consider selling them instead of scrapping them. If we have a go at a station for loading them onto trains. Or if we can load them onto trucks. Empty weight is 3 tons, length is 7 meters. Can you be carried by that? No. Well, we can sell the AMO 15 spec. That's a dumper. Wait, the covered hull was also... I don't think that one was able to sell, but... Which buses can you sell? Only the AMO. So the Gaggenau can't be sold that way. I mean, we have trains with open hull, wagons. We could set up a vehicle station, drive our used vehicles in there and just sell it at the border. That way we don't have to scrap everything. I don't know, but it might work if we set up a small vehicle storage attached to this thing. Like here. This might work. And then we could use that for used vehicle sales. Because the open hull train cars should be able to carry vehicles already. Unless I bought the... I didn't buy the stake cars, I bought the one that had more carry capacity, so maybe it doesn't actually work. Let's see. This one can carry 17.5 tons. But I bought... I mean, we can buy one and use that for selling vehicles, I guess. I did buy a different one. I think I bought that one. That one has no carry capacity for vehicles. I don't have to buy one, I can just... Oh, they are here. These ones that I bought. Open hull. No vehicle carry capacity, I don't think. Scrapping would be useful anyway, when the automatic vehicle replacement starts kicking in. And we can set one up that doesn't work with a rail connection for now. I don't think gravel export is something I want to pursue until we can properly automate that. Gravel prices haven't increased as much as other resources. Now that we're importing fuel and oil again, the price is coming down. This is so weird. Why does the price go up when we stop importing? It's like, oh, you stopped buying, I guess we'll make it more expensive to make it more painful for you next time. Oh, the biological waste is doing the flip-flopping again. That's not good. Fertilizer doesn't. I'm thinking large scrapyard that can also handle trains, and we can make some imports of used vehicles and scrap them down. So if we throw that building in here, make it sure it's in walking distance of the bus stop, that would be all we need. Plus the rail connection for trains, of course. One way. And they can wait until like the iron train isn't here. We don't need a parallel train track, I think. Mountain? What mountain? When did I ever say I wasn't terraforming a lot? There was a mountain? Nah. Fake. There never was a mountain. That will not do. It has to go directly into the loading station because we don't have an engine in between, and I don't want a lot of metal scrap piling up into in the building and then slowly spilling over. So we can just have that directly hooked up to the loading station and make this more space efficient. A little bit of a concern with the footpath situation. Alright, that will work. Then we'll hook up a road here. And that should not interfere with any of the other iron setup that will happen in that location at some point. Electricity, water and sewage. A train line. We'll plan for the second track which goes down here. I only need incoming trains going there. We load the scrap from here. I guess technically I could also load the waste by train from here. But we don't need to do that. I mean, if I make a third line, then there would be no traffic jam with incoming trains at some point. I'll make a third line, sure. And then later on there could be another one, and we have to see how far this needs to go down. Just so the incoming trains never block anything with the iron traffic. Alright. We'll see if we scrap iron trains as another source of profit. So where was it? I think that train went away, the other one. We saw that seemed pretty good. $10,000 for 40 tons of steel. That's not so great. So the Gaggenau is actually like really luxury vehicles that we shouldn't be touching right now. We're slowly developing into a normal republic. My god, the ZIS-55 is old. They're carrying a lot of workers around here. Okay, I'm going to turn off the wait until unloaded for now. So these ones should not be dropping. No, I guess. How am I going to do this? Alright, whatever. Some unemployment, it's fine. So 4 ZIS is too much. No, you're gonna go back. Nope, you're not on that route, it's too much. We have to wait until the scrapyard is done, and then we can send in the vehicles we don't want anymore. The snowplows and the other things. Manually, slowly replacing them with better buses that are more fuel efficient. They have so much more carry capacity. I should have really left the notifications on for like new vehicles. Like biplanes, the AN2. Moskvich. I would have probably just gotten annoyed at all the nonsense, because I don't really need that much stuff. Let me know when the scrapyard is done. We also have to build the train up there. Looks like if we're building up to this point, we'll be fine. Then maximum length train can park there easily. So we have our parking space here. Now we built that one. Going directly into the building. Single line only. Okay, now I'm doubting myself. Because I'm thinking, like, if we're running a scrapyard for profit, it might make sense to have a train wait until loaded in there for the export resources rather than waste trucks. So what we do is we backtrack. Then we realize everything was fine because the trains got running into this are going to be super short. So all we need is like a little bit of track out here to double up and not more. Something like that. And then this can stay the way it was. That was fine. Make sure it's assigned to the rail construction office. We might have even better track builders right now. The ONK Dampfdrehkran, which is shorter, has the same build speed and more engine power, same maximum speed. I think we'll stick with the Weimar Dampfkran. Maybe the other one exists as a disassembled version. Nope. How much is this one? Is there still a track building speed of 4? Yes. Oh boy. I can already see someone setting up like a town 2 kilometers away from the border and then realizing this disassembled track builder is a bit slower than normal. Okay, we don't need to worry about metal scrap. We export that otherwise. But resources like steel, we can handle with a train. Or sending our resource material train up here to pick up like steel, for example. And I need to also finish these routes. Increased birth rate. We have our research point, which means we're going to research one thing. And that thing is where? Where is it? I want that. Oh, we need the concrete utilization study. Okay, so I want to research Soviet functionalism because it unlocks new buildings. I don't think concrete utilization study unlocks anything still, but this one sure does. So I want to go towards this one. If at some point we realize that concrete utilization study also unlocks things, then yeah, I guess it costs another point. But for now, it's the concrete one is free. That'll give us new old architecture. That would be available right from the get-go if you build a technical university and make that your first research. Shame about the Yak-10 waste trucks. That seems like a pretty bad investment. I hope they get fixed. I would like to utilize them. Can't use these Russobouts forever. So yeah, we would build the corner here. After unloading construction materials, the train can go to the scrapyard, load steel, and that would handle the steel situation, because we should always, well, not always, we should use a little bit of steel every now and then. More than the scrapyard should provide. Unless we find something that's really good for export, I guess. If that's true, then I can limit the amount of steel we're importing on this train to one train car less. Make it a separate loading task and only load like 90% steel. I'm gonna put another waste storage down, and then we need to worry about the footpath as well. Don't think anything else matters. So the idea was to have the footpath come from the bus stop, past these buildings, through the train track, where they just walk between the wagons. Along the side of this building. It's an industry, so we're going to use some more sharp corners. Then a dirt footpath to give it access to build it. Pause that one, because it's not fully done yet, but almost. Has to go underneath here and then curve around the structure. That should be fine. Is that enough? Plenty. 200 meters. And they can walk through the trains to their work site. Oh, we're almost out of money. Oh boy. I guess we were already out of money for some time, were we? That still looks like normal, but it might have already... No. We noticed it in time, probably. It's fine. Missing coal. Where's the truck for you? Are you refueling? Or is this building now consuming the most heating power? Oh, they're also running at 100%. Well, it is minus 40 degrees, it's kind of to be expected. But as long as we're not dropping below 13 degrees, we're fine, I think. That's the plan. Four. There might be a cableway train, cars coming up here soon. I have them on the consideration. That would be replacing the buses with electricity. And we can run a cableway station from somewhere here all the way up the hill with a footpath from either side, making sure the towers are connected. I think that's possible. So you have been heard. It's just a little bit difficult with the research points, I guess. We're gonna get another one in 2 years, based on the early start rule. It's of course going to take some workers, but shouldn't be too bad. At least it'll give us the option to use vehicle replacement properly, of sending vehicles to the scrapyard. If they're over 20 is too little. 80, I haven't seen any like complaints about like vehicles breaking down yet, which is cool. So these might last quite a long time. It's funny seeing these buses now. And they're an upgrade. Usually the buses you start with, and here they're like, oh my god, they have so much capacity and they're so fast. I love it. Yeah, way too many workers. Okay. We will transfer, unload them. How do we do this? I don't want to be taking too many workers to the clothing factory bus route when they aren't being used. Hello JD Place. Tell me about the DLC, what should I know? Now you've had more time to play with it. Are there any snowplows? Not necessary. Snowplows have a plowing speed of 10 kilometers an hour. And they're horrible, I feel like. There's a second version now, since today, that I haven't tried yet, but I've set up my Republic with asphalt road as a luxury, where the vehicles can drive like full speed almost, just because it's asphalt, even when it's snowed in. This is all Siberia focused. And yeah, the Gaggenau seems to be really fuel inefficient. That one consumes fuel a lot. I'm wondering if that one has a negative effect on our fuel price, so I'm phasing them out with different vehicles. I'm not sure, it might be a game thing, but the fuel price has gone up a bit. One thing you should know: heating. I think I think small heating plants next to small houses lower the life expectancy, but this one is right next to the heating plant and it hasn't gone down below 65 years. I'm not sure if it behaves differently on a normal map, but on Siberia this setup is fine. Medium density housing, you need to be more than 100 meters away, which is what we're doing in the city because the large heating plant didn't work for us. So we have like 3 heating plants in here now in the city. And they are close to some low density housing, no issue with life expectancy, and then some medium density housing. Actually, that's high density. That's the only high density house we had so far. Not one. Also, absolutely fine with the life expectancy. I don't know if that's related to early start or if the heating changed. Buses chewing more fuel, they have large engines. The Gaggenau buses, they have 30 carry capacity, but the engine is 117 kilowatts, which is very large. We unlocked the good old trusty ZIS 155 now, and they only have 70 carry capacity of 52 workers. So comparatively, they eat a lot of fuel for very little workers. Regular buses are fine, 25 kilowatts for 17 workers, or 14 in this case. 36 kilowatts for 17 workers, seems okay. What else is there important? If you start the game, I recommend you start with the vehicle availability to only locking the start year, not the full year. Otherwise you won't be able to buy the Russobalts because they are only available until 1923. You might still get some used vehicles out of them. Yeah. In 32 you get a vehicle that has 4 tons, otherwise you're stuck with the 1.5 tons and 1.2 ton vehicles. I really like the Russobalts, but they will drive you insane with their honking. Over time. Prefabs aren't really necessary except for things like waste storages, yeah. You have to be mindful of prefab panels. I have like 5% prefab panels here. Any special buildings just for early stage? Coaling station for the trains if you want to plan for that. If you're trying to think about going into early rail construction, bear in mind that the disassembled track builder, the LTC, has a track building speed of 4. And it took us 5 months to get from here to the customs house. With that track builder. So the closer you are to the customs house, the better. With the first setup. Yeah, there's old gas stations, old repair stations, but you will see them when you check in the building list. The repair station, the old one, is forced. The other ones are locked behind modernism. Old electronics plant with a different recipe, yeah. Electronics require wood instead of plastics, for example. Give me a minute. So the way you play is mostly the same, except you will have to deal with a lot less capacity. One important thing is gravel. You start only with the small gravel processing plant and the small quarry, so you will have to figure something out about how you transport the gravel to the quarried stone to the gravel plant. I recommend setting up a concrete plant, but bear in mind that the concrete plant does not have its own water connection, so if you want to have water fed into that, you have to do that with water pressure from a substation or with a water truck. The better gravel plants become available 58-ish, I think. Some older buildings came back as part of this DLC. I don't know which one. What else? I'm trying to think. You don't need electronics. We've been running no electronic imports. And there is no happiness complaint about lack of electronics. There were like 3 or 4 people in the beginning who complained, but we have not imported electronics at all. If I go for resource movement, all-time electronics, 0. I think that will kick in 1960 when they start demanding more electronics. But we had good happiness and loyalty, even without electronics. Steam trains are super important due to being fast and also carry more. Well, I mean, ships might also work. I haven't messed with the ships yet. There's, I think, 2 available. I don't know if that changed. Availability by year. You have the Yekaterina tanker and the Zvezda cargo ship. So you might be able to make something work with them. Well, you can build radios if you want. Also there, I guess, a happiness boost if you want to go that route. Radios are available from the start, if I remember correctly. Radio signal broadcasting, and then in 38 you can go television. So if you want to go the radio route, you can research and try and make your own. Or money making, yeah. They require wood instead of plastics with an alternate crafting recipe. Electronic, mechanical components and boards, I meant. And same for the electrical components, they require gravel instead of plastic. So cutting out plastic out of production and giving another use for wood. And I haven't seen any other crafting recipe yet, I don't think there's anything else. Ship. Till one needs a repair and you need 400 tons of steel and your truck more than 2 tons per trip, yes. Well, if you have ships, you surely have a ship that just unloads resources into the dock where the ship is docking at. Surely. Alright. Our research point goes into Soviet functionalism because I want to finally see the new houses. These ones up here. Early start. Soviet functionalism houses. No money dash? Oh god. Boy. I have a ship that brings in steel, but that's the ship that needs to be repaired. Well, you should have the ship bring in steel into a local storage before it needs to be repaired, like as the first task, and then you just... It's planning. It's planning, not on time economy. It's called planned economy, not on time economy. Just in time economy. What else? I mean, I don't know what you want to do. Just probably a general run of the game. I assume getting far away from, like, this city. Bugodonsk would probably not have happened with the train bringing in the resources. Somehow it feels like food consumption is lower, but maybe I'm just imagining things. I think the city is much larger and gives me the impression that it should house a lot more people, but we're like at 2,500 citizens only. They changed it. I think electric railway starts from the beginning now. Where you can, I think, research it right away. I think they wrote that in the public beta patch logs now. Probably because... I don't know. Trams, maybe? So, concrete track, electrified railway. Yeah, you can research that. So I think they changed those dates. I'm also meant to have Anno's 117 video out 2 days ago. Hoping to get general overview of the DLC and make a simple video on it. It's a lot new buildings. Lots of new color variations for the houses, which you can use cosmetically. I'm also using that to, like, for example, make the gas stations red always, so at a glance I can see where buildings are. That helps. Vehicle-wise, very low density. Get a feel for it. Everything's gonna be slower. I still managed to get people in on the first year, but it was a much smaller settlement. It was like 250 people. At a glance I see snow, nothing but snow. Well, we have winter for 7 months in this map. Then there's another 2 months where the snow is, where the ground is frozen. If you're planning on playing Siberia to showcase the mod of, then the DLC of, then yeah, close by heating plants are your friend. I have the technology for insulation, so my houses are good until 13 degrees. And I gave them vitamins too. The workers are smaller, need less. Ah, okay. I haven't built an attraction building yet because Siberia. I guess the indoor pool counts probably as an attraction building. Yeah. What else is... yes. That got added yesterday/today. If you're thinking about flattening terrain, you need bulldozers. And bulldozers drive at 5 kilometers an hour or 7 kilometers an hour. And other vehicles seem to have trouble overtaking them. And no vehicle can carry them. Unless trains. So, if you want to flatten ground, don't put bulldozers into construction offices. I don't think they're worth it. And make sure they have fuel nearby so they don't start driving out of their assigned building to some other place and causing a massive traffic jam, for example. Snowplows you will have to experiment. I didn't like it. At least not the ones that have a plowing speed of 10 kilometers an hour. They might be useful for if you're still using dirt roads, but as soon as I had gravel, the snow was coming back so quickly that it felt like a waste of time, and the vehicles without the snowplows were driving 12 kilometers an hour on the gravel anyway. That's a long true. Yes, we like long trains here. Seems snow is something you can ignore because everything is too slow to care about it. Well, it will still reduce your throughput for like more than half of the year in this case. Your throughput on resources for citizen goods and other facilities is really low. Like the road transportation is minimal. I think the first settlement you can run off of the border, but then when you build out, we're 3 kilometers away from the border. Supplying this town with road vehicles would not work, I don't think. I'm assuming. I planned for running this with trains from the get-go. And if you're using road vehicles, then you're using fuel instead of coal. And in our case, coal is cheap. There might be a game impact for steam locomotives if coal is expensive, for example. What I'm doing to make them rubles, we have a clothing factory that we import fabric to the train station, then it gets carried up here by truck that waits until unloaded and then carried back the clothing into the local clothing store, which acts as the storage and back to export. We have an iron production where we export purified iron by the long train you saw. Apparently now we're producing more than our train can handle, which is okay. That's probably because of the rail construction vehicle getting in the way. And we had a wood production that is running logging, but it didn't make as much money because as soon as we start touching wood, the price crashed and hasn't really recovered yet. And I'm waiting to see what happens with fuel, because this is just... the game wants us to die. What speed do you get on a bus, for example, in the snow? On an asphalt road, they can run full speed here. These ones, which can go 55, they can go 45. So asphalt roads take a long time to build, because you don't have pavers and rollers. Rollers you get at some point in the 40s. They're super slow, they also drive 4 kilometers an hour. But yeah, asphalt roads are really good to have as non-plowed roads. On gravel they drive 20 kilometers an hour. In my game oil is 10. Hello, Coltha. Exporting wood or boards? Is it worth exporting both? I mean, I don't see a reason to export boards. I just run it all through the sawmill. I'm using it for construction material first, driving it to the construction material storage in the city, and then anything we still have left we bring to the border. Then sell it, and then go back here and wait until loaded for our domestic production. So we're not exporting by volume anymore as much. I mean, we haven't changed the setup, I guess. But I'm not planning on adding any more logging camps, because logging requires fuel, and even if the fuel price is quite low, the fuel price for logging is quite low, it still drives up the fuel price in general. I was exporting wood directly to a customs house by truck on a regular start and also making a profit. If you can have a logging camp right next to the customs house basically, and it's fine. Like very close to the customs house, single truck exporting the logs, why not? And with the high throughput of the customs house, they're traffic optimized now, the large customs houses. You can run a lot of vehicles through it if you want to, a lot of road vehicles. Small and medium customs houses are not traffic optimized, only the large ones. They are now the best customs house by far. Is there anything else weird? Both new fire stations I think don't require heating. Yeah, they're heating free. So we have a large capacity heating free fire station now. There's a... No, that doesn't matter. That was just something else. Only a large prison is available, no small one. You need Soviet modernism for that. They have to be traffic optimized because the trucks move next to nothing per trip. Yeah, that's why they did it, I think. They have a lot more throughput. And the limitation is the amount of vehicles mostly. Once you get larger trucks, then it might be at some point the volume that they can unload, but they have like 5 unloading stations, so it probably isn't going to be that one. Can I put one of these train cars? Yes. I could tell our train to also export the steel. Nah, that doesn't make sense. I'll set up a dedicated train. We do still have 2 trains. Repair station vehicles will also have the low volume, so if you drive very far to a building to repair some vehicles, you might run into capacity issues with that too. Having more repair stations and until you get better vehicles might be a good thing. Depending on how fast you expand, of course. Like, I built another repair station here and we're running 2 now. So Bulge should post a video on shunting. I think that's the next thing I want to try. Have all the full wagons dropped off and the single train drive to the customs office. Then sell everything and drop empty wagons back. That did look fun, yeah. I'm also considering it, but the first run will be mod free, just to see the balance and everything. We're still kind of like testing, I think. See if everything works. Did they add another waste truck? Yes. The Yak 10 waste. For large containers. There's still no waste truck you start with from 1930. There might still be more vehicles to come. Because there's no small waste truck right now. Other than the Russobald from 1930. So if you run locked time dates for availability, then you wouldn't have any small waste truck. Wasn't there a new train depot that's longer than the default one? No. There's a new long train depot, but it has the same length. From what I saw. Unless they added another one. We have this long early start train depot. 450 meters. And that's it. This is the other one we will unlock at some point. It was also 450 meters. And the regular one, 150 meter one, is still available from the start. If they add longer train depots, then I have to make the trains longer. Like, at some point we're gonna have like a kilometer long train. The other early start is 450. Or if you mean the other... wait. This one is 450. And the other ones are an end station and a metro end station. And the rest is unlocking the modern one. Long train depot, end station, modern train depot. Of 150. And yeah, modern metro stations, so all the same length. Yeah, rail construction. Well, rail construction has the old buildings as the early start buildings, and the modern ones are locked behind tech. And I think the modern ones don't have access to coal and water. They require fuel only. The modern ones have less station length. This one has 103 meters. The other one 92, so I guess shorter building. Three-quarters of the way towards research. I will finally get some new toys to play with. Where's the concrete? Something wrong with the concrete? Concrete plant can't produce. Missing gravel. Mixed waste is full. That's water. Oh, you're stuck with construction waste. Because construction waste got unassigned. There you go. Metal scrap up here. Yeah, now it's fine again. Something happened with the assignment for the construction waste. This distribution of us help a little bit down there for now. From what little I've seen, I think waste worries me the most unless they tweaked all the numbers, because you can have some building output a lot of waste. Yes. This setup requires 7 waste trucks to deal with the wasted outputs. And we have construction waste, metal scrap, and mixed waste handling right nearby, and they require 7 of the trucks to bring all of the waste from the buildings and the accompanying storages to just everything that's nearby. I like my local waste handling. It reduces the amount of waste that needs to be transported, but it is definitely a concern. So we're transporting construction waste and metal scrap by train, but the mixed waste I'm still transporting by truck because I feel like at some point we can recycle the last bit of construction waste out of it and just disperse it in a bunch of dumps and not have to export it. Which we can do at the back of this whole facility. I just need to set up waste recycling. But that is a technology that we don't have yet. General waste separation. 1935, so we could also already have had it. That would cut down the transportation of waste by a lot. Because then this whole complex would be self-sufficient waste-wise. Construction waste and metals, well, construction waste metal scrap goes into the train, that is not self-sufficient, but it is profitable, and the ash goes into a dump. If it's ash and construction waste, doesn't the ash go away and be left with mixed waste? That's 100% construction waste. It will turn to construction waste if it's 100% construction waste, mixed waste. And then you could transport that away, but then you have to micromanage it every now and then. But maybe I should already set up the dumps, I guess. I could set up waste dispersal here. We can always clean it up later. Set them up? Okay. Sure. Have I ever shown you the airfield trick? To flatten large quantities of terrain? I didn't know it would auto-change from one to the other. There you go. Yeah, unless you set the checkbox, then it will remain mixed waste forced. Single waste truck on a line loading conveys from each of the ash dumps will be enough to separate it without having to do any... Oh, you're right. I guess they do have 2 loading stations. I always consider them as like a single unloading station and no way to do anything with this. Okay, research is done. No workers in here, please. Highly educated at 20% is fine. Well, the airfield trick. Oh, okay. Well, enjoy. Maybe at some point I can show you the airfield stuff. Have a good stream. And seeing the airfield is nice. Okay. Never enough time, yeah. Oh, excavator's busy. Use it to flatten a massive hill that was in the way. There was no hill here, otherwise I would have used it too. Wink wink. I guess we can have a single truck, not one for each, all 3, but like a single truck that runs through all of these and waits until loaded in a single one, and at some point it fills up and then it goes through all of them and transports them all over until it waits until loaded on the first stop again. It should wait until loaded on the last stop, then it would work. I think that makes sense. And we shouldn't have to worry about metal scrap, because we don't have any metal scrap. Oh, never mind, there is some metal scrap in here. Okay. So there would be a problem if both construction waste and metal scrap end up in the same dump, because then it's going to stay mixed waste. But at least it would be reduced, and if it starts overfilling to over 6.5 tons, we would just export the combined waste of both of them, which would be fine. Okay, the iron production is pretty good. How's the fuel price? Oil at 1,000 per ton, so seems to be settling in on something. It's trying to go up, but every time we import, I think it goes back down. I don't know. That is a lot of workers in the iron mine. Hooray. Oh my god, the buses aren't able to unload everyone. We've done it. Cracked the code. Well, there's going to be the scrapyard, which will take more workers in sooner, and until then we can use the extra workers for the construction work here, I guess. Looks like this area has been built up. Right, no highly educated, no highly educated. Sorry, get out of there. No one allowed in. Maybe a kindergarten here. What? No, we don't have too many highly educated, it's fine. I might need some more soon because of the university. The access fence got built. Oh no, you're right. A disaster. What will we do? Must have accidentally dragged and dropped over that. Okay. What? Oh, did the road also get built? No, that was dirt. We need more Lenins, me lord. Hello, Archduke. Your granary is empty, sire. I really like the look from early start. We don't have to move through the years either. I mean, we get more and more modern vehicles. I feel like this one is already a little bit out of... It's not out of place, but it's like... It represents the modernism. Like, this is too technologically advanced for us, I think. I'm not sure if we should go down that route, or should we reject modernism and stick with monkey. Time has progressed so fast. Yeah. It's like almost we were frozen still. It's weird about the red crosses that they changed to green. Is that referencing the red cross such an issue? It's illegal to use a red cross according to the Geneva Convention, from what I know. Cars that boom a lot after 45, so it wouldn't be that taking a backseat in buses in 48. Yeah. Almost done with the scrapyard. Not getting any notifications about new vehicles. At some point I'm just going in here and looking at like what's available and be like, oh, that's neat. I guess all the new vehicles will show up ahead of the 1900 cars or vehicles because everything else is behind them. The early start DLC is behind that stuff, so a motor carriage and a ZIS 155 bus is now available. All the tank factories had to change from military to civilian production and fast. To stay in business? Keep people working, not waste manufacturing potential. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. The increased production has brought more waste with it, obviously. So we need to have more workers in the incinerator now. Not a problem though. Because that would also affect the city waste at some point. And we can't have that. I will need a distribution office to handle that. Maybe we can run this out that way instead? Because I'm thinking of putting the distribution office here. I mean, if it doesn't work, I guess we can always relocate the distribution office later on. Going up to 4 processing plants without proper handling of waste is not going to happen anyway. It's not like we are stuck with buildings like that. It's going to handle the dispersion of waste here. And then a single vehicle will wait until loaded for either construction or metal waste. We can do them in alternate directions, so load construction waste, load construction waste, load construction waste, load construction waste, and wait until loaded here, and then dump it into the storage, and then do the same thing in reverse for the metal scrap. Or we do the same vehicle for the... No, we can't do the same vehicle, otherwise it's gonna lock itself on one resource that will maybe never fill in one of the storages. 2 vehicles will do it. Let me try it again. I should have told JD that the EAC-10 doesn't work. Oh, now it works. What? No, it didn't work. That was a different vehicle. The EAC-10 crashed the game. Okay, well, the other one was a regular Russo Bald that opened the back of the truck. Last autosave 2 minutes ago. I should have checked the log file. Damn it. I mean, telling that the EAC-10 doesn't work is maybe a bad idea because it might get fixed until tomorrow. It's a vehicle that's available very early, so it probably has to be fixed until tomorrow. Otherwise, a lot of people are going to report it. I really like this DLC. Just for the whole purpose of, like, you're starting in an even crappier situation with industry, and you're getting to feel that 1960 industry feels awesome. We also finished the research and haven't looked at the new buildings yet. Fuel price down? It was hovering around 2,200, so... No, it's going up. It's going up again, so we'll see. So we have the new buildings. Now I can show you what I meant. These ones have a version with a nice little road through it that you can't really see because of the icon in between, but you can imagine building a housing block with that thing and just running the road through the entrance and having the amenity buildings like pub and grocer in the middle of the housing block. Now we can make Berlin. Yes. Let's see. This house has 200 capacity, what I have in hand right now. It's slightly smaller than the other one, lengthwise. Widthwise, it's definitely also smaller. So a third more capacity. I'm thinking of tearing out this area and like placing higher density buildings in. It's very hilly though. I don't know. I mean, we have enough workers for the steel, for the iron at the moment. We can maybe consider don't tear down the legacy code. There's so many people on the construction site. We need more people for the coal mine. We have to invest into higher density housing or more housing. More housing is okay. Let me check something. This is the one we start with 10 cubic meters heat water tank, and the one with 200 was this one, 14 cubic meters. For 55 more workers, 4 cubic meters. I'm not sure. What's the quality with the resi you just showed? So this one has 80. The other ones all have 75 or 80. So 75 I get, no? That one. That one has 80, so same quality. Oh my god. Medium density? No, that's the same one. Okay, it goes down to medium density here. 3 of them. And then goes back to high density for some reason. And then low density, single building. And that one has 48 worker capacity. That's pretty good. Also 80 quality. What is this one? Oh. Okay, I didn't see it highlight, I guess. No, this one. Oh, okay, there's another low density building in the middle of the high density buildings. But that one doesn't cycle through correctly. No, it does. Wait, does it? Yeah, it does. Ah, my brain. Alright, scrapyard is done. Where you don't need metal scrap, that gets stored internally. Way too many workers. We need collection of resources from scrapped vehicles, metal scrap, electronic components, mechanical components. Only steel. Alright. Let's get rid of the trash. Presumed trash. And make room for some new vehicles. Sorry about AMO 15s, but we had no use for you. Damn, I missed a lot. I'm gonna have to watch the VOD. I don't know. I always feel like it's not that much, but I'm a bit biased, I guess. Alright. It cuts the bus route to the clothing factory down to 3 vehicles now. And for the bus route going to the mine, we can maybe cut it down to 5 buses. Maybe 6 to be safe. Someone watched the second settlement, didn't have anything yet. Ah, okay, well then, yes, you missed a lot. It's all on YouTube, if you want, or on Twitch for the next couple days, but on YouTube it will be for longer. Looks like they're made out of very small amounts of electronic components, so I guess there could be a situation where they are required for repairs, but no plastics. Now I kinda have to get that material out of there. Since it's only mechanical and electronic components and steel, a covered hull and an open hull truck would be sufficient to deal with that. I should also consider looking for trains to import to scrap. That's 4 more buses, all heading up to the platform right now. I guess as soon as they unload I can move them. Like that. And that. And that one too, I think. Well, you didn't load that many. Still going to the iron. Let's see if the 5 buses are enough or if we'll run into unemployment issues. Wait until loaded for anything. Well, electronic components and mechanical components. Bring them to the warehouse and then run that route continuously. And you will do the same thing, except for steel. And you will also wait until unloaded here, in case the train prevents you from dropping the materials in. As soon as the construction material takes out some resources out, you should be able to get some materials dropped in. $20 tons of steel already. The amount of buses might be too little because of the line spacing. 300 seconds, 5 buses is plenty, so it might get itself organized to run the route correctly. So we shouldn't have any Gaggenau buses anymore. All of these are in the scrapyard, so they're all going away. Oh, I guess for the mechanical and electronic components it's going to be the same issue, because the train fully unloads into the station. We can fix that by just dropping that into the vehicle repair station, but that might still not be enough. Maybe we have to export. Maybe we always have to... Exporting doesn't really work with the train. We could, after unloading the fabric, we could tell it to load electronic and mechanical components again by like 10%. So it will try to leave 10% room in here for materials. But it has to be used up first before it can do that. So it'll go back to with like 10% of materials already exported above X. That would just drain the warehouse, wouldn't it? I don't have a rail distribution office. I don't want to export it. We're still importing, and I don't think the scrapping is going to make enough of that resource type to change that. That one, I guess, has 96 tons for 43,000. Which is probably profitable, but I'm not gonna do it. I will take a look at the customs house occasionally to see if we find some trains that we can scrap. I'm not gonna look at road vehicles, that is just too micromanagement intensive, I think. Let's get a kindergarten. Low capacity one here should be fine. That would be so perfect. I could click flatten it, but it would ruin the layout. Would change the terrain a bit. We'll drop one over here behind the party HQ. Okay, let that run as a kindergarten. We're getting up to the point where I think it makes sense. 13 unemployed due to small children. Probably all in these houses down here. And that's 9. If we build more houses, then at some point we'll need it. Where's the kindergarten? Over here. I could also, instead of the trucks, run a train that goes in here, loads all mechanical components, electronic components and steel and just exports them. But I kind of want to use them domestically if I can make it work somehow. We could add a buffer warehouse, I guess. To use for that. Still waiting on the distribution office. I don't remember how large the recycling plant was. I don't think we can fit that one in here. We'll try. If it works, we should recycle, then incinerate. So first recycle, then incinerate once and be done with it. Because if you incinerate first and then recycle, sure you can put a lot more waste through it, but you are left with some mixed waste in the newly generated recycled waste. That has to be re-incinerated again. Hello Thorgrim. Welcome. Oh my god, the traffic. Maybe I should prevent overtaking on this road to stop that from happening. New bus. New old bus. Or new modern bus, yes. The ZIS 155 has become available for us. Could turn this into a 50 zone and not deal with any of those issues where vehicles overtake each other and cause traffic problems. I mean, 50 wouldn't be enough because the ZIS still runs only at 30. But up here, I'm okay instituting an industrial zone. That's fine. I'll need 2 waste trucks to deal with the route. I might need more waste storages. Like 4 is maybe not enough. Very likely so. What am I exporting? Iron. Iron, clothing, and some boards. Metal scrap is a result of the iron. And the rest is, well, construction waste also a result of the iron mine. And the rest is the rest. We're still exporting mixed waste apparently. Oh yeah, because the iron mine, right. We're trying to get rid of that. And the wastewater exports. Looks dramatic, but it's marginal. It's very little. Like 5,000 rubles worth of wastewater export. Even the boards make that back. New loan soon? Yeah. I feel like we're back to losing. Because the fuel price has gone crazy. I think if I stop importing again, the price is gonna go up even more, so I'm not doing that, but it feels just bad. What about the coal price? It hasn't risen at all. It's still lingering. More trains then. We can't afford more trains. Too expensive. Even making this train a long train was maybe a bit of a foolish thing to do. My god, game. I can only take out another 740,000? Like, what the hell? So, last month, import. Let's look at export first. Okay, new month. 110,000 from clothing, 77,000 from iron, and then some other nonsense. We could bring the wastewater from the village, I guess, to the city, but that's besides the point. Let's round that to 190,000. Import, 143,000 for fuel. Fuel is killing us. I don't see any way out of this. Coal price will go up when you import more steel. We have been importing the steel storage full. The import was running the whole time. And now we're scrapping some of our own steel, I guess. Bus route the mine, the fire station, incinerator, mine, one processing plant, second processing plant, and then let's do it differently. So we're going to do it by high priority, medium priority, low priority. So we're going to assign the buildings that are high priority and low priority. In this case, high priority is the fire station and the incinerator. Low priority is the scrapyard. That's not the scrapping facility at all. So scrapping facility at 0. And then medium priority will be other buildings, which will be at lower percentage. That way it will send everyone to the mine and the incinerator first, then the other buildings, and then last but not least, maybe least, the scrapping facility when all other buildings have been filled. So that way we try and squeeze out as much productivity out of the iron mine as possible. Iron mine fire station? That one, yeah. This one has high priority. So the workers go here too. Hello, Code Monkey. So the fire station and the incinerator are high priority buildings. Then everything else, but the scrapyard, which has been assigned at 0%, so the overflow of workers would go here. If we deem the scrapyard to also get at least some workers every now and then, we would put other buildings at like 10% and then the scrapping facility at like 3%. That would spread out the amount of workers a little bit. Or we can treat the scrapyard as like other buildings and assign the medium important buildings with some percentages. How much engine power do the Yak have? 75 only. That seems normal. If you don't have to import fuel every month, you may break even. Maybe, yeah. What's last month's import list look like? There. Fuel at 143,000 for 60 tons. I'm not gonna build a fabric factory, because then I have to import crops by train, and it's gonna be a lot more of a logistical challenge. The fuel is the issue. Building right now would consume more fuel, which would drive us into bankruptcy. Like, the fabric is making 40,000 in profit and killing all clothing imports we have to do. If I start importing crops, then the food prices are gonna shoot up even more. What's your best production for profit? So clothing, fabric to clothing has a profit margin of 50%, I guess? We import fabric for 74,000 and we export it for 110,000. So we put 50% more value on top of not having to import any clothing or fabric. I mean, the fabric that we import for whatever we need it for is already included. I don't think we need fabric for anything right now, though. We're gonna be poor. We're gonna be dead soon. For iron, we don't import anything and we export 77,000. So we get more profit, but we have to move a lot more material. The clothing we could do near the border and save a lot of money that way. But since we already have it set up to deliver resources here, we don't need to account for the cost of the infrastructure that we place down. Okay, we got a connection here. I'm gonna export the steel. And yeah. Game is asking you refinery, please. Yes. And I hate it. I'm gonna export that steel. That doesn't make any sense though. Like, we're gonna use up steel at some point. The game is telling you to earn more money. I think the game is telling me to sit on my loans and wait and not do anything irrational. I can't expand right now. I would use up material, more fuel. Doesn't feel safe to me to do anything at the moment. I can do stuff with transporting by train. And I can shift existing routes around, like reducing the amount of buses we have. I wonder if that had an impact this year. We probably should have waited until the buses ran out of fuel. We scrapped. I guess we scrapped them with like 0.2 tons of fuel per bus. Construction is taking a while. Let's assign the other construction officers so it goes faster. Hopefully. Can't believe that building is still struggling for coal. Such a weird thing. I should just put all the trucks on the same route. How many days are in a month in works and resources? 30? It depends on the month. I think some months have 31, some have 30, and February I think has 27 or 28. I've seen. I don't remember. That's 300 times the buy price of crops. Crops are 50, so 1,500? 15,000, sorry. More than 15,000. Doesn't that skip years? Ah, okay. Everything is negligible compared to the fuel cost. Everything is very low compared to that. Alright, unload here. And then unload here and wait until unloaded on that station. At least we get the mechanical and electronic components out of this. We're not generating that much, but the vehicles have a lot of steel. As long as I don't build anything, I'm fine, it looks like. It's just like, as soon as I start moving vehicles for construction, I'm increasing my fuel consumption and everything goes like haywire. I just need to chill, I guess. I mean, we're still building the distribution office here to deal with the waste up in this area. It's not dissipating more. Radical new construction method of using only wheelbarrows. If only. Seems to work fine. They're not loading any of the waste from the input storage. Interesting. Maybe the distribution office isn't necessary. I still kind of wanted... I know we kind of need it to make the dispersion happen evenly across the dumps, I guess. Alright, more iron production. Maybe it's time we wait and just fine-tune small things, yeah. If the fuel price goes any higher, we're like, can't do anything. Oh god, it's still at 2,300. It's, what am I so... So, if a vehicle has a fuel capacity of 0.1 tons, the fuel tank is worth 236 rubles. So this one has 500 rubles worth of fuel in there right now, as a perspective. Why does it take so long to get the bricks up here? Are the other open hull trucks loaded with like wrong material? There should be at least 4. Distribution office. Oh, grocer. Maintenance. Okay, that would explain it. Sure. Yeah, I'm just gonna wait. Like, we did some activity by building a scrapyard and by building. I started to build a distribution office, and more vehicles started moving and eating up more fuel, and everything was going bad. So now we're gonna chill and just wait. I can't do anything. I mean, I can, but we're on our last loan. Fast forward 5 years. We still can't do anything. Oh, 4.7%. Ugh. One thing I would do is build up the another train to export iron, but we don't have enough of that either. I mean, we have iron ore, but the processing plants can't keep up, apparently. Because we're not bringing workers in efficiently enough. Now that we have fewer buses, I guess. Sometimes they kick into full gear, and they work really well. But they have really low productivity still. And that one takes forever for the workers to walk over there. Check all your lines while you wait, see if you can eke out some small efficiency savings. I think the Gaggenau buses were like the most pressing issue. We could consider changing these ones, but they're pretty efficient. Like, I guess we could go and set like efficiency ratings of like engine power per person. So engine power divided by people. This would be about an engine power efficiency rating of 2, slightly over 2, because it can carry 17 people with 36 kilowatts. We want that to be as low as possible. So we want as many people with as little engine power as possible. For comparison, the Gaggenau had 30 divided by had 117 divided by 30, which is basically 120 divided by 30, which is 4. So twice as inefficient. The ZIS is 70 divided by 52, which is closer to 1 than to 2. So really efficient. This one is this one we just did, slightly over 2. This one is slightly under 2, so more efficient than this one. But this one is slightly faster too. Like, we also have to keep in mind that faster vehicles are more efficient because they cover more distance for the same engine power. If a vehicle goes 100 with 50 kilowatts, it's better than a vehicle going 50 with the same amount of kilowatts. Because the longer route, this one would benefit us more, because it goes 10 kilometers an hour faster, I think. We can do the same for any vehicle, I guess. The Roosevelt, 4 tons of crops for 48 kilowatts. That's efficiency of, let's say, 12. Versus this one, 75 for 6.4. That's 10 something. So the Roosevelt is more efficient that way. 48 divided by 4. Yeah, 12. 60. Oh wait, let me get a calculator. I'm just gonna make a fool of myself. 75 divided by 6.4. Not times. 11.7. So more efficient than the Rosobal, but not by much. This is 12. This is 11.7. What other vehicles could I check? Fell tree trucks. We have the Russo-Balt. Are the longest lines using the most efficient for fuel? The only long line we have left, I think, is this one. And they are quite efficient, yes. They're not the most efficient, but they have better speed than the most efficient vehicle, which I think plays a role in this. Other than that, I don't think we have another long line. We replaced the buses carrying a lot of workers up to the iron mine with better versions. We replaced the buses bringing workers to the clothing factory. They have way too many people in here. It's ridiculous. But it does mean that the clothing factory always runs at full tilt, I guess. Does mean we locked some workers in that area, though. Yeah, we're just carrying like a full set of workers back and forth here. I could maybe take out one bus and still have enough workers with this setup. 3 buses for 184 seconds is ideal though. Maybe I just reduce the amount of workers being carried and leave the amount of buses the same. Are you owed any research point that could help soon? In a year and 3 months. I was thinking waste recycling, so we can get the construction and metal scrap waste bits out of this area. To not have to like fiddle around with the waste dumps in any capacity at some point, but that's like a convenience feature. We could let the waste dumps sit there for like 10 years and take the next research point, I think. We could build another clothing factory. That could be a thing. Just run more fabric through for another 40,000 per month. Or was it per year? I think it was per month. Yeah, per month. Would of course increase the fabric price, because we would be importing more often. But it wouldn't be that difficult to set up. The snowplows are going to go into the scrapyard. The cement truck will not. Bulldozers will stay. Meat truck will stay. Fire truck will stay as a replacement vehicle for the future. Should be well maintained. It's not doing anything, so should be good. We got some waste trucks here. Everything else looks okay. So, idea could be another clothing factory, which wouldn't add any extra logistics. It would just increase the strain on the logistics by a little bit. And add a single building to this area. According to the mass, crop and chemical imports will cost around 31,000 rubles per month for running a fabric factory and half capacity to feed the single clothes plant, saving profit of around 40,000 per month, but it's too late now. Or we can make 40,000 by adding another clothing factory, I think. 1948, times were hard. Yep. I'm gonna put the bulldozers up here, I think, so they can use the gas station in that area. It's so slow. I love them. You thought you could get to the bus stop? Well, think again. I mean, we're making a profit if we're not doing any construction. I think the construction vehicles are using up fuel a lot. Let's go through the construction vehicles, see if there's any exorbitant fuel consumption. Like really high engine power or like lots of fuel capacity in the vehicles. It doesn't look like it though. Maybe we find like a black sheep in this and that's like killing our fuel supplies whenever the constructions are running. It's all reasonable. Even the personal cars are fine. Clothing will require 80 workers. Fabric, 1/2 will require 50 workers. We have 80 workers. The buses were crammed full of workers. I think it is possible. The other setup requires a lot more logistics overhead with like importing crops and chemicals. We would have to set up a storage for them, which would require building materials and maintenance of the structure that holds the crops in the future. Oh, the bulldozers haven't arrived yet, sorry. My bad. They were refueling, I guess. We wouldn't need to set up another fabric transportation line, we could just hook this up with a factory connection and it would take the same resources. Just... Could use a road cargo station, I guess. Or a small warehouse would also work absolutely fine. Do I want a factory connection? $35 tons of asphalt bitumen. Well, it's not that bad for the asphalt. Asphalt to bitumen is 7-1. But yes, asphalt is quite expensive. Maybe the game thinks that we built so many asphalt roads, maybe that drove the fuel price up. I wonder if that's the thing. Maybe the game thinks, oh, you can afford asphalt roads. Well, la-di-da, there you go. Have increased fuel costs as a return. That would be crazy if the game did stuff like that. Well, you never know. It's the first time I'm considering building the buildings connected like that and not giving the distance for the factory connection in between. I think that could be a cool idea to set up an industry that way, where everything touches very closely and then you use the outside factory connections to bring the buildings together instead. I'm not sure if it's gonna look weird or neat. I think it has some charm to it. That's 64 meters, that's 63 meters. That would cost us less asphalt. Yeah, look at that, 129,000 rubles in profit. Oh, last month, I meant. This month is not looking that good yet. I'm kind of questioning the second clothing factory. I do agree that diversification is important. Clothing is always good. I have never seen clothing price crash. Well, this month just needs a... like, we started on an import. That's all that happened. Once the train gets there and exports some iron, we're gonna be fine. Look at the overflow of workers we have up here. The scrapyard gets all the excess workers we have. After the iron mine and the processing plants received enough workers in their buildings. Let me check if there's like a used vehicle we can import. Nope. If it's like almost a 1-to-1 ratio of these three numbers with the tonnage, then it's no go. This one looks good. Better at least. That's bad. That one is 3-to-1. I think that one would be worth it. 96 tons for 35,000. If the steel price is over 333, it would be a profit. Let's try that one. It's a metro, so it can't move there on its own, of course. We can see how many resources it is made out of once it arrives. Let's ride the train up there. I want to see. Bam. These trees looked a bit close to the rail. Well, I didn't want to continuously replant trees, so I've been mass planting them with no regard for aesthetics. There's the metro. Oh yeah, that was also a bug someone reported. People might find that hilarious. Thank you for the follow, Kimbero. Much appreciated. And welcome to the stream. Let's stay in first person. Yeah. I don't want to show it too much though. It is known, it has been reported. Actually, no. It's funny. I think it's a texture, like the model completely getting linked to the rotation of the wheels or something. I'm not sure when it happens, but it's hilarious. No, they should definitely not leave that in, that would be ridiculous. I think it's based on camera distance. Oh, I think it's the high detail model you usually get when you zoom in. So this is like the medium distance model, and there's like a low distance model, and then when you zoom in you get a high high quality model. And that has isn't set up correctly, I guess. Still funny though. And the vehicle is made out of 37 tons of steel only, 46 tons of metal scrap, 3.5 tons of mechanical components, 1.1 tons of electronic components. Now if we do the math on that, we imported that for 35,000. I'm gonna get the calculator out. Electronic components 1.1 times 4,045. I'm gonna leave the decimals where they are. Plus 3.5 times the price of mechanical components, which is 1,267. Plus 46 times the price of metal scrap, which is 347. Plus steel, which is only 37 tons. The more worn a vehicle is, the more metal scrap you get, and the less steel you get. So that's 37 times 694. That's 50,524 worth in raw resources. And we imported that for 37 something, 35,000. So a profit of 15,000 for that vehicle. according to math. Which is a profit margin of like almost 50%. It might be possible to run a Republic on like paying attention to what to scrap that way. That one is questionable. 131 tons for 90,000? It's unfortunately not good enough. That one is the other way. 71,000 for 44 tons, that like is completely the opposite. Third class packs. Soviet Republic will turns you, yeah. Efficiency is going down because of the wear and tear of the machines, which is probably also slowing down the production of the first iron ore processing plant. So we'll just use the buffer storage to deal with that. When they're really productive, they can fill up the buffer storage, and when they become inefficient or the machine replacement triggers, then we have a little bit of excess iron to export from the storage while the replacement is running. Yeah, they're fine. We make 130k per month. That's dealing with our repayment rate, so our money should be pretty stagnant and we're slowly paying off all of the loans. Maybe our loan capacity rate will go up a little bit, based on how much housing we still have available for more people to move in. Quite a few, actually. Well, that heating plant doesn't get enough heat. Not enough coal, I guess. That house is at minus 25 degrees. Temperature in building too low is a bit of an understatement. A bit nippy. A little bit. Bit chilling in there, yeah. I got the insulation technology, what more could I need? Like, they're still at 70 life expectancy, it's fine. They're very hardy. If I assign all the vehicles to the same route and then unload 33% on each storage, I could make this a single track that has perfect balance between all the storages. I really want to build that coal mine to have the coal nearby, then the issue would also go away. 33, 33, 100. And then just assign all vehicles to that route. Are we running into an issue with that thing again, huh? That of course would also lock down the fuel distribution. Let's put that to 30 then. The coal distribution, I mean. Two, 4, 6. Routes, yep. And you need some heating soon. Go steal coal from the other storage. They're holding out pretty well, though. They're very, very hardy with that. Maybe for that route we could use better vehicles with higher volume. Put in some replacement vehicles. And right now just to have more vehicles in general. Let's not do that down here because they're coming in from the customs house and they need to go to the customs house to pick up the coal. So it makes most sense to do that in this area instead. So we could get the Yas, which runs at 40 kilometers an hour, can only carry 4 tons. But is faster. So maybe more suitable for such a route. There you go. New route. Not going to the other stop anymore. The other trucks are arriving here now, so focus on your own coal supply. We will have arrived in the modern era when the last honk has been removed from this republic, I think. I wonder if the topography view helps with like the too much white noise when I'm like out on the water. At least it puts something into the whiteness instead of like this view. I think that's too bright. While this one isn't also necessarily pleasant, I think it might help. But if that's not true, then let me know and I can turn it off. If you prefer the whiteness of the snow. I want to plan for the coal mine, so we're going to reduce the logistics overhead for the coal in the area. Planning, not building it. If we were to think about a steel mill, we know that 2 processing plants would be suited for outputting enough iron to fill a steel mill at all, completely. But we need more coal. We need 375 tons of coal. And the coal gets converted similar to iron in a processing plant at about 2-to-1 ratio. A little bit more coal out of coal ore. But we need 3 processing plants worth of coal if we were thinking about full capacity, which I don't think we are. That's 600 tons of coal ore. A coal mine at full quality level gives us around 800 tons of coal ore at 100%. which we're not gonna get. This one would be coal that could be in walking distance of the city. Like this coal mine here. Could be an experiment about like the whole pollution idea. How would these houses react if suddenly the heating plant has like a coal mine behind it? That would surely reduce the trip for the coal. This one seems more sensible. And we see that with 5 buses we're able to handle an iron mine setup, so having it slightly further away is okay. This would be the safest option, and also the one with the most quality. Leaving this area maybe for the steel mill, with conveyors bringing the iron down and the coal over, creating a huge amount of pollution in the area in the process. Oh my god, there's so much coal here. At 75%, theoretically it would be 3 coal ore processing plants. Because if you divide 800 by 4 and then times 3, that's 600. And that's what we need for 600 ore into 300 coal, which is what the steel mill kind of needs. It needs more than that, but a full capacity steel mill is not really what we're going for. I'm not really going for a steel mill at all, I'm just eyeballing the situation. A single coal ore processing plant would deal with the nation's demand of coal, give us the ability to run a brick factory. I don't think brick is of any price importance. $206,000 across the whole time frame. Slightly more than our coal demand. At this rate, we should be able to wait until we can take out a 2 million ruble loan, but that means we can't do anything. Could it be that oil is very expensive because of all the chemicals they imported? And the plastic, which isn't really used yet. I wonder if the plastic price is driving everything up. Should we export all the plastics and see if the price crashes? Maybe we can try that. No more loading of plastics at the customs house. We don't really need plastics for a bit. I wonder if the new buses need plastic for repairing. They probably do. It's probably the first vehicle that needs it. But we do have some in the repair station. Not there. So plastic. If it's the chemicals, like, that can't be helped. I need an insurance for my water production. I wouldn't get rid of that, but the plastic I could see because, like, you don't need that right now. Like you said. But we never really increased the amount of plastics. And the fuel price just still went crazy. I guess it's going to be a nice bit of material to sell. How much is the plastic worth? Alright, 240,000. $40 tons out, 240,000. We're carrying 5.5 per train load. That might have a rippling effect through the economy. If that drops the fuel price significantly by like more than 50%, I might try and sneak in an import of a lot of fuel with a large couple fuel storage tanks somehow. I guess we could transport the fuel from this storage to those fuel storage tanks or just pump it into the new ones. And then give this train a lot more cargo wagons, or like make a separate train with a lot of cargo wagons for fluids that I can send out on demand to do a mass import of a lot of fuel that fills like over 1,000 tons of fuel into the Republic in one train load. Yeah, the setup would have its own incinerator again. It would not need a metal scrap waste storage, but construction waste makes sense. Coal loading. And maybe a conveyor system that brings the coal right into the city. So they don't have to go up there by truck, but it gets dropped in to a storage next to the prison. And then that could replace the coal storage for this heating plant. We're still not getting that much coal in this storage. As if this heating plant is like burning through all of it again. setup would be pretty similar. Only we have to only plan for 3 processing plants, so we could feed from the storage into the 3rd processing plant right around the corner. But otherwise I really like the setup with the storage attached to the mine and then the conveyors feeding directly into the processing plants. Oh, you're still running. No, you can go back into the depot. Sorry about that. You were trying to keep importing like used trains, but I forgot to set the route end. $90,431 tons is okay, but not profitable, I don't think. Nothing useful. I should check the metros again. There's no metro. $30 tons for 20,000. It's not helping. We'll get rid of all plastics in there. This storage has a warning for when we run out of plastic, so we will get it informed when that happens, and then we can turn the plastics imports back on. Time to replace that old bakelite stuff with plastic. If I send out all construction vehicles, money's gonna keep going down again. I really want to know what is triggering the excessive fuel cost. Jesus Christ, fertilizer, what the hell? Mega Monkey shouldn't have said anything about the cow plant. Fertilizer is more valuable than crops now. Are you crazy? Burning fertilizer in a cow plant? No. That is like export values of profit there. Maybe the game thought I was like storing plastic for making a profit and was like, yeah buddy, now you can go export. When I put like 11 tons on the first warehouse and then when I put more plastic into the second warehouse. Does that correlate to the population count when we open up Bugodonsk? So the price for oil increased heavily over here. 1946, that is too late for that. Something else must have happened. Now I wonder if that is the time when we started laying down the asphalt roads. But I think that was before, like way before 3 years. I think we had those for longer, but maybe I'm wrong. We should do the same thing with steel here, if I haven't already. Unload everything and then load 10% steel back to make sure there's always a little bit of space in there. If you have the room to load steel, of course. If not, then, well, can't be helped. Setting it to 90% unload of steel doesn't help because after 2 trips it's still gonna be full. Okay, these buses don't have too much overhead anymore. We did drop down the load by 20%, load passengers. But if we fill them up again, there would be loads of extra workers. Okay, we're gonna set up the extra fabric production. I can't sit here for several in-game years and not do anything. At least I can make it look like I'm doing something and build one building. Fuel price before everything roared to life was 2,500 per ton of fuel, which is on the same level as what? Half as expensive as electronics, I guess. It's going up more, yeah. Would you consider early nuclear? Building a nuclear power plant would destroy me. I don't even know where where uranium is found yet. It's quite an investment technology-wise, and based on our rules, that doesn't really work that well. Fuel is worth more than uranium oxide. Oh, there you go. Nuclear waste is quite expensive, but it's hard to import. I don't know if we can import containers yet. No containers yet. So no nuclear fuel we can import. I guess that happens soon-ish. When do the containers become available? We don't see that. We're running steam trains and I'm getting asked if I would like to consider earlier nuclear. I don't think so. If we start carrying nuclear fuel to a nuclear power plant by steam train, I think that would be peak efficiency. But I don't know how I would feel about that. Oil is worth more than steel. It's like... It will extend the lack of growth, but the rewards are exceptional. Yeah. I guess we could import uranium. And instead of going for nuclear power, we go for nuclear fuel production and just export it. Which is ridiculous amounts of money. But I just worry the fuel price is gonna go up. I think this is like revenge for the game where my wood price went up to really ridiculous numbers. Now they've decided that that should happen, but to the fuel price. At least our republic is going to be super efficient when that, if and when that price drops again. Yeah, it does feel like sometimes happens, yeah. Hello, Diego. Well, the benefit of this is that concrete, gravel and asphalt are super close, so the groundwork will be done quite quickly. We're down to 18% highly educated, but we had some population drop. I should increase the amount of workers in here. Let's put them up to 10. Couldn't find the specific hour of the release of the other DLC. I hope it becomes available at midnight. I think someone said a time, and I think that was based on the timer on Steam. And Steam says early start becomes available in 22 hours. So 19 PM probably tomorrow. Right now it's 21 PM or 21 o'clock, so sad. Haven't been this impatient since I was a kid waiting for my birthday gift. Yeah. For sure. Oh my god. 22,000 for 96 tons. That is definitely profitable. The one before that was a third of the price. This one is like a quarter of the price if we count 96 to 22. Definitely buy that one. I really should try a scrappers run, where we're only allowed to use used vehicles and we make profits by scrapping vehicles. It's gonna be super micromanagement intensive though. The aim is not generate power, it is the export of nuclear fuel that brings in money. Yeah, the nuclear fuel production is one of the most profitable production chains ever. Except for the mighty oil rig, I guess, which just churns out 1,000 rubles every second. The stupid oil field. You know what? I'm going to trick the game. I'm going to crash the oil price. I'm like, la-di-da. I'm like, I found oil here. Like, I'm going to harvest all of that oil game. You see, like, I'm planning to extract all of this oil. It's like, we're already constructing it and you can't do anything about it. Like, there isn't even any oil here. Like, there's just... There you go, game. What do you think about that with your stupid fuel price? And according to the rules of workers and resources, as soon as you indicate to the game that you're trying to extract something, the market price will obviously crash. Oh, look at that, it's below 1,000. Didn't I tell you that? Stupid game. Spiral into madness has begun. Is there any oil anywhere in range of your settlement? Even 5% is worth? We have to cross over this water, this mountain, and then this whole thing is surrounded in some oil. There's oil here everywhere. I don't think there's any next to my settlement. Couldn't see any at least. Would be hilarious if this thing had suddenly oil. But no. Someone said it's always or very likely close to lakes. Maybe that was a statement in regards to the Siberia map. Let's see what the price is tomorrow. For oil. Come on, game. Make it drop by like 100 rubles just because of the oil. Oh, drop by 10. But let's see if that is a persistent thing. 2% there? What? What? Where? Oh god, not... Well then... It's not there. If it's too hard to explain. We have the oil over here, like I said, but that's too far away. Oh, over here. I see it. We have oil behind the iron mine of Bugodonsk, just down the hill. So, you could have said behind Bugodonsk, iron mine. Build it. That looks like Mega Monkey's trying to sneak in a harbor. I'm waiting to see what the oil price does. It's gonna keep going down. A single truck exporting 3 tons of oil would give us 3,000 per truckload. And we could probably just build an oil tank here and drive it to the train so it like loads some train cars full of it, instead of bringing it all the way to the customs house. But even having a train storage over there would be sufficient. I mean, anything we build over there is out of protection of fire truck range. So that means it would need another settlement. And I did not expect to go down that route, because that's kinda hard to build towards. No chance of bauxite mining research. That's probably an easy export somewhere. Well, bauxite is worth nothing compared to oil. Bauxite is worth like only 100 rubles. That's like 10% of that of oil. Oh, oil went back up. I guess the madness trick doesn't work. Now I have to remove them all again. There we go. Is it possible to expand by a harbor only, like a nano? If you would need helicopters to send workers. You can't send. There's no construction ships, so no. You would need a different way to send workers there, and you either have construction offices or helicopter construction. Lack of steel. Excuse me. Now we should be able to slowly bring the steel down here. I haven't moved the waste trucks into the distribution office yet, all of them at least. And the distribution office isn't even set up yet to do the correct thing. Load from here if there's more than 5% and then drop it into these dumps. I will have to set these dumps to mixed waste so they don't auto. No, they should be set to any type of waste. I still need that group of waste trucks that deals with the removal of the waste. So the idea for that one was go to these waste dumps in order, loading. The first one would be construction waste, I guess. If it ever converts all into construction waste, and then waiting until loaded on the last one. So when it's done, when it ever gets like construction waste once, it like brings it over there, goes to the other three first before moving it over. And then you drop it in here. And then the other one would do the concrete in reverse. So here we're going from bottom to top, and the other one would be the metal scrap. Where we're saying go through them this way and do the same thing but for metal scrap instead. Now I don't think we have enough waste dumps yet to disperse all of the ash correctly, because this is so much mixed waste that we dumped in here. So I will have to extend the amount of dumps we have, and then I have to adjust the routes. Which also means I need to use the airfield trick again. Thankfully it was very easy to build here because there was no mountain whatsoever. Is it possible? Would be a cool feature, I think. I don't know how you would do ship-based construction and not end up in something that looks like tropical. It might get quite weird. I think the helicopter alternative is okay for that and feels somewhat authentic. I think ship-based construction, I don't know. Maybe early tech, the next DLC. I'm gonna go slowly towards the age of Anno in workers and resources. Look at us, sending out construction vehicles again. Watch the oil spike be because of the airfield trick. You think because the bulldozer that I'm using to do the airfield trick consumes so much fuel when doing that? Workers and resources 2205. No, that is going in the wrong direction. We need to go earlier, not later. Well, let's see. I mean, we can check for the fuel consumption this month. It's on the 11th. 14 tons. Last month, 42 tons. And we're already a third into the month, so it doesn't look like it was a lot. Something is using fuel right now. I don't know where the excavator is that got used for that. Man, if it's really the airfield trick, then the game is punishing me significantly for that. I don't feel okay with that. The other clothing factory will start working immediately. We might need a waste storage for it though. Not really. The internal storage should be sufficient. You still have construction waste in there from previously. That might still be in range. No, it's not. Fortunately. Doubt it is, but it would be fun. Game thinks you build airport, oil price rises. Yeah. Maybe. Wait, did it happen when we got the bulldozers? They are... Because the bulldozers drove here for a very long time and were out of fuel for a very long time when they drove, I guess. How old are they? 3.6 years. They took a very long time to get there, then they were out of fuel. Should I make them drive down to the village and see if the fuel price goes up again? Experimentation. If this is gonna bring our fuel price up to 4,000, I have an issue. They don't have that much engine power. Yeah, they might have driven here without fuel. I bought them at the customs house and I think I immediately sent them up here. So but they're still going to run out of fuel on that trip. After a period of reflection, I realized that nuclear is below you. Watching you near to the brink and seeing you succeed is much more entertaining. I mean, having a lot of money allows you to build a lot of fancy things, but it's not like we're short on cash. It's just that every time our construction sector roars to life, it's kind of like facing death. At least they're using the gravel roads that are not gonna get in the way of anything else. I'm also gonna put like the marker behind there so no one else should be able to follow them. Still nothing can carry them other than a train. So you might build a train station first and then unload some bulldozers, and with that you can then start to flatten the terrain instead of having them drive there. A little bit more concrete. Nothing else should need concrete right now. Last time this happened, we set it up an oil refinery because I felt like I had no other choice. And now the game is doing the same thing again, and I'm like, no, not this time. I refuse. You can't make me. Instead, I'm going to send the bulldozers down to a different place to try and induce another market increase for the oil price. How about that? What do you think about that, game? I'll have to see if the trucks are enough to keep up with the demand of fabric. Why aren't you able to push the fabric into the other building, though? You should have unloaded into the other building by virtue of factory connection, should you not have? I'm not doing that. Interesting. But they are sucking up the clothing, so I guess at least that works. It's not a one-way connection, it's both ways also. Let's see, where are they? They are out of fuel now, so usually when a vehicle runs out of fuel, it consumes more fuel after to refuel itself. The question is, does that create a problem here? Yep, I think we're slowly running out of fabric. So I should get another vehicle or two. Looks like we've exported all the plastic. That warning can of course be deactivated for now. Was that the right one? Where is it? There, yeah, okay. There's way too few monuments next to our industries. We need to remedy that. A lot of people are working here, and I think they should feel pride working in our industries. Same of course for the iron mine. What good is an iron mine if you can't come back out speared in iron or coal suit? Well, being smeared in iron would be kind of painful. But still, look at Lenin and feel pride. Maybe not that processing plant, that's a little bit too far away. I guess we should use the other option that has more distance than 90 meters. The Soviet emblem will do fine. Loyalty is at 31%. People complaining about being unable to visit the hospital. I guess we had a little bit of a heating crisis at some point. There was something like that, and yeah. The way it looks right now, that heating crisis is going to happen again. Unless I add more coal trucks. I'm not sure why every heating plant is fine, but the last one. This has the same distance as this coal storage. More workers for the clothing factory? More workers for the clothing factory. I guess we need more buses. But let us set up the route for the fabric first. And then maybe add 2 more buses to provide more workers to the area. And if we run into the situation where the train arrives here, unloads the fabric, and it can't keep up, then we have to buy more train cars for the train. Which will be an issue, because I didn't expect this train to be that long. And I don't want to have 2 trains. But we might have to have 2 trains for citizen goods. Which is silly. That suddenly looked like it was like the building was built at an angle where it's leaning downhill with that asphalt here. That perspective made me think it was like built on a slope and looking very strange. Have the bulldozers arrived? They have. We're refueling right now. Didn't seem to take a lot of fuel, so a quarter ton, which is 250 rubles-ish. No, it's fuel. It's double that. It's more than double. No, you have to make your way back up. But you kinda should like travel along the gravel road. So I will only send you when winter is back, so you will pick the gravel road and then I don't have to worry about that. Because if you do that right now, you would cause some traffic problems. Quite severe ones. Because they seem to have some trouble with overtaking. Second clothing factory up and running. Of course, that could mean that we have fewer workers in the iron mine set up. But seems okay so far. Is there something wrong with the other route? Because they arrive here with 1.2 tons and that's not... 1.2 out of 4 tons and that's not 33%. They might be rounding differently. I mean, if the other storages run full, they should still bring the excess to this storage, but it seems like it's not quite enough. This heating plant is struggling so bad. Where is that heating going? You're running at 100%. You're doing that like the other heating plant did previously, I guess. Yeah, the heating plants are now just chilling because they found a different heating plant that can take over. I'm going to reduce the amount of workers here down to 2. So we're going to burn coal less, and it hopefully will prioritize the buildings that are near it. But that way we can run the coal storage full. And the heating that does exist should only go to the buildings that make sense. Hopefully. What are you honking at? Missing water. Well, get out of the building. Oh, you're loading with the drinking water, I guess. Pain. There's water right there. I don't want to feed drinking water quality water into the concrete plant, but it really makes me want to do that. If I hook this up though, then all the workers here will start using running water and create a lot of sewage, which means that the sewage pipe also has to be built. I don't know. It seems like I don't want to build that right now. But it does reduce our output of concrete for lack of water. No honking, chat. I normally use a well for the concrete production. Is that not available in the early start? No. That building has no water connection, other than getting water truck deliveries or water from the water substation. So good luck. And if the water substation isn't pressurized, the drinking water goes in very slowly. What is wrong with you, game? Why is the fuel price so ridiculous? Wait, is it maybe the rail construction vehicles? Could they have an issue with fuel? No, they're running on coal. Surely not. How are you feeling, streamer? I'm feeling okay. I got a pack full of antibiotics and had no side effects, so I'm happy. I did the stream to see if side effects would show up, but we're good. Feeling okay. So now I just have to finish that off. Feeling so good you could go back to work? Doctor said no. I had or have, yes. Apparently. Okay, they're not really working with the building properly, it looks like. Glad to hear you're better. Thank you. Better than yesterday, even with the potential of side effects. We'll see how it's tomorrow, I guess. Oh, I understand. The one-way, or like this is traffic optimized, but they drive through one parking spot, turn around, and then come back around. They should probably drive around the outside, but not sure if that's possible. Trigger to me sounds like food poisoning or something. I assume so too, yeah. But I'm not going to make assumptions on what it was. Oh, I guess, wait, we could do something. What if we set up a second water substation? And then the second truck can bring water here. The loading speed into the concrete plant would be doubled. And we don't need another sewage tank because the concrete doesn't need that. I mean, it already has a sewage connection, but the extra water doesn't get turned into sewage, is what I mean. That way we can triple our water input into the concrete plant. Fingers crossed you don't get murked by antibiotic-resistant bacteria. Hopefully not. Not enough chems in your water. It's very sad. $100 people unemployed. Why? Something must have happened with like vehicles. Maybe the rail construction was in the way and causing traffic jams. Can you drink the tap water in Germany? You can, yeah. I wasn't doing that, but you can. Maybe... I don't know. Hello, Archer. Welcome. Always wary when traveling in Europe. Seems every place has different policy on tap water. Yeah. I mean, if you go into rural Germany, then villages might have their own water supply, and you should probably not drink it too, unless it's boiled. That's just normal. I would treat the fact that you shouldn't drink tap water in an unknown area as the default, not as something scary. Germany, the quality of tap water is everywhere drinkable. Well, our house has our own water source in the village. Like I said, in villages, if you're staying in something you have no idea of, yeah. Early start dance hall. Maybe the gallery of the art. We'll build it next to the technical university and call it the Gallery of the Artisan. I like that that one has a footpath connection instead of a road. Let me line it up a little bit more with the monument. We're gonna make the building line up, not the entrance footpath. Like that, I think. Well, our water well is right next to a field, so you can imagine what happens when it rains. Probably be a little bit more cautious. Plastics doesn't seem to have had an effect yet. What did we import last month? Oh my god. What is going on? Why did we import so much fuel? Well, the problem with the Gallery of the Art, the normal one, is that it only has a road connection, no footpath connections, I think. Yeah, I don't know what happened, but there was a massive fuel import, I think. Like, if I go to all time, you can see we had a bit of a increase for some reason. That seems very strange. I don't know. Okay, fabric transportation is sufficient. don't think the traffic jam lasts too long. If it does, we might just get rid of one of the old vehicle. One of the Russo bolts. Any new good deals? Nope. Nope. No. 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 That one. The Dampfkran. 16,000 for 42 tons is not bad. But it's not really that great either. Still worth it, I think. The Dampfkran could move on its own, but the train is faster pulling it, I think. 40 versus 45. I could make this a really fast train, I guess. We could use that one instead. To run that route. What is going on? Okay, get rid of that old Russo bolt. The one that's only 4 years old. Someone's honking as if there's another traffic jam somewhere. I hope this is going to deal with the water situation, I really do. They're not going to consume too much water through the substations with the like half a cubic meter limit. But it should help the technical service maybe consider bringing in a little bit more water over there, without us having to assign multiple water trucks directly to the building. But our loan amount went up to 1.6 million. So this slowly is still fixing itself from waiting. Just we had a big import, I guess. How's the steel looking? Ah, okay, we transported it all down. Excellent. It's working well. I'm still working on the metro. Ship scrapping is also really profitable. Could be another thing to do. Of course, that would need to be next to the water. And that would be a ton of resources. Way more than we could use. I think with the trains we're okay for now. Let us combine some loans. 1.5 million. Let's take down 3 loans. And can't do another one just yet. Well, I guess we can combine it into two. Can combine 2 loans still. Building 2 monuments stressed our concrete plant a lot because of the water connection. Actually, we built 3 of them because of that one as well. I wonder if people get loyalty when they exit at a bus stop that has a monument next to it. That I don't know. I'm always assuming they need to wait in an area to get the benefit. But what if they also get loyalty if they exit right next to a building that is super high loyalty? If they get unloaded here and there's a lot of monuments next to it. Love the sound when you click on a monument. Whoever thought of that is genius. Agreed. So these will sort of act like as buffer storages. They will like take a load of water in. Water consumption isn't going to go up because it's still not piped water. But I'm going to use these as like additional water capacity for the concrete plant, which goes into the internal storage. And it can draw from them whenever it produces. Which will put additional load on the technical services delivering water to the area, I guess. Maybe I should put the water truck in a technical service that we built right here. Feels like overkill. We just need water trucks with higher capacity. I'm not sure if we have those available yet. We have the Russo Bolt. The Yak Oil has the same capacity, is more expensive but slightly faster. This will probably only have the bus stop in range. Yeah, maybe the fire station. I haven't thought of that. Loyalty at unloading stations. Would that make sense, or is that a ridiculous thought? Like whenever a person goes to a building or through a building, it would... Wait. If that whole idea makes sense, could that then allow you to build up loyalty with the pergolas? If people walk through that and there's loyalty around it, could that be like a way to boost loyalty in citizens? It all depends on if that whole idea is viable. But if we set something up like that and have a lot of loyalty around it... Everyone goes to the small shopping center every now and then. If we set up a pergola here and some loyalty boosting monuments... We don't even have anything right next to the bus stop yet. Isn't loyalty gain per tick? So if they stay at the bus station for 1 tick, it's not that much loyalty. That's what I don't know. If it's gained per tick, do they also gain loyalty while just walking around? That's like what I'm thinking about right now. I know that they gain loyalty and happiness at the end of the shift, but does it accumulate from factors until then? It must have. Having good loyalty in the university would be great, because people go there for a couple years anyway to attempt to study, even if they don't finish it. There's a monument. I mean, the effect will not really be noticeable from a single building, I guess. I'm just wondering, will this building give them another tick of loyalty because of the monument in its range? Could a really long footpath made out of these buildings give loyalty ticks to the people walking through them? Could making a pretty pathway with pergolas and monuments actually have a positive... Oh my god, game. Oil price spike. 3 weeks. Whatever. We can build that quite easily. I'm gonna make a pergola there. I'm gonna create one... lots of people are also going to the cinema, of course, and the indoor pool. I think it's important to place where most peeps are affected. Yeah, I think most of the people will walk through here from this area, or this area, trying to buy clothing. Or getting to the bus stop. That's my thought process with this. If I can get my loyalty back to 35 with just a few monuments next to the industries and somehow boosting loyalty in here, that would be great. Right now the loyalty is mostly dropped from like health issues with the heating. Speaking of heating, alright, coal is looking better now that we reduced the amount of workers in here. It's still running full tilt at 2/3 capacity of that. But at least reduce the consumption a little bit and spread out the load to the other storages as well. Alright. I took down the whole footpath because I didn't know if I was able to connect this, and I am not, so it made sense. Would be funny to find a new game mechanism like that. I'm still not 100% sure on how loyalty works. The whole like nature of loyalty is strange to me in certain aspects. Like if that gives a 4.5% tick into the pergola, that would be ridiculously good. But I don't have any room to place that here. Unless I tear down some other footpaths, which I don't want to do. So we'll try a 2.4% one. I also was of the idea that like having the monuments next to bus stops where lots of people are waiting because they're like not getting something at least gives them like a loyalty boost. But I always run into the situation, oh my god, we're at 33%. Low government loyalty is going up. That's from the having the monuments next to the workplaces now, where most of our people are working at. But yeah, if the whole situation where people are walking through an area and not getting any loyalty, there's certain buildings where they just pass through and you're wondering, having the large fountain where they can walk through, does it give like a boost because it's like it's underground monuments? It doesn't have any overt statistic, but how often does the used vehicles refresh? I don't know. I've not paid that much attention to used vehicles. I think it just refreshed. Probably every 5 days. I guess we can leave it open. Not a good deal. Not a good deal. Not a good deal. No. Nope. 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 No good deals. Maybe it didn't refresh, maybe it just updated the wear and tear rate. Which I guess is still a refresh, but I don't know when new vehicles appear and old vehicles disappear. I think it's like a gradual thing. I don't think it changes the whole set of vehicles at like certain aspects. Mega should know this surely. Maybe. I need my city marker. Good. I will slow down traffic a bit to 60 kilometers an hour maximum, which doesn't change much. Except for the asphalt road, I guess. Which will slow down vehicle traffic here and give slower vehicles more of a chance to go through junctions. I don't know if it refreshed, I think it did. Nope, nope. No. Still nothing great. No. I don't think it refreshed. The prices update, I guess maybe I thought that one was the refresh. A little bit of a tick on the price. Could probably be tested quite easily with the cheat menu because there's a fast forward button per day, week or month to see how it behaves. Do they autofill the loans with the most money now? No. The last loan, okay. It's still the same. Monthly due down, yep. Below 100,000 rubles now. And if we can combine them to 2 million ruble loans, then we would need 3 loans only. And bringing down our monthly due even more. Our loan capacity is increasing. We have 1 million right now, plus the 675,000. It's looking better. We almost have like 2 million ruble as loan capacity. I have not done a lot of building pergolas or other things because I wasn't sure how to use them. They look pretty, and I am like thinking about pretty building, but I don't consider pergolas as like pretty buildings also. Like I don't know what this is. This is just a bunch of benches with some wooden stuff on top, which I guess you could use to either like put a cover on top or use it to grow like vines or like plants over it. I don't know. It's going to be covered by a bunch of monuments in its surrounding area, and we'll see if it does anything. Let's bring up the police station. I haven't set the checkbox to notify me if crime gets too high. So probably something that people should do. Let's deal with it quickly. And then bring the amount of workers back down. Which could be an issue for our courthouse, of course, so I'll also bring that one up. Which means fewer workers for the clothing factory and iron mine until this is resolved. Shouldn't take too long, like maybe half a month. I'm gonna cancel cases that are single digit chance to solve. If we suddenly go up to 35% loyalty with these changes, I wouldn't be surprised because we put monuments right next to the workplace for the largest quantity of our workers. But it still makes me wonder, does this have like a huge effect? Does the pergola have anything we could make it useful for? Like turn this into something of a plaza. The pergola is highlighted. So maybe? And so are waste storages. What isn't highlighted? What is not highlighted? A monument also highlights other monuments. I think it might just show all the buildings highlighted. I don't know. Let's see. Does it highlight like technical services, for example? Yes, it also highlights those. So we can't for a fact say that it only highlights buildings where it will have an effect, because I don't think it has an effect on the construction waste storage. It might just be set to show every building because modders might decide that workers should be able to go into the construction waste storage and then turn construction waste into gravel in that storage directly or something. But yeah, there's a lot of people funneling through that now. To remove that waste storage, we could set up another pergola here. And then we would have double pergola. And if anything else, it does look kind of pretty. I don't think I have to remove the waste storage. We can just tear down the footpath and build it anew. Probably. And then maybe another pergola here, but this one is curved, so it doesn't prevent me from setting one up, it's just... we'll see. This is basically most people going to the hospital would use this footpath. We could funnel them through there by preventing people from going along the gravel road. Okay, that footpath into the building is kind of silly. We'll set up a footpath that goes along here. I'll build it like that. Which means if this gets upgraded to asphalt, this would create a pedestrian crossing. I don't like that. Let's just hook it up in here. Okay. It works. Sure. No profit last month. What happened? Fuel price seems to be stable at 2,000. We might have imported during a price spike. Because the fuel price went up to almost 6,000. Doesn't look like it. That reminds me that if that is true, then having a monument on an underpass entrance could also work, or like even like stairs, a staircase up. Super strange ideas. These waste storages are slowly running full as anticipated. So we will add more dumps. And then we just need to make sure to add the other storages in here somewhere. Doesn't matter where. I think. Did I not save the other road? No, I did. Okay. Didn't even know that people had to really see the monuments that often. Thought you just place them and loyalty goes up. I think monument loyalty is an area of effect, but also it's higher the closer you are, so it's not an even effect. I think distance also matters. But like I said, not that much experience with loyalty. Loyalty is still kinda strange to me. Having it next to buildings with lots of workers helps. But I'm thinking about the whole aspect of people just walking through the city. They might not have any loyalty effect while they're transitioning from building to building, but are they in a building when they're walking through it? Do I have another personal car in the depot? No, I do not. Personal car or bus, but we have nothing. So, bus, cheapest bus. Personal car would be cheaper. Lots of new personal cars available. East German IFA F8. Well, that's a car for demolition office, I would say. It seems like such overkill. Actually, no, seems perfect. It's cheap. Cheaper than the bus. And it has a cool livery. You can drive to a demolition site in this thing. Very hard to see the color of the car because of all the bright snow, it looks like. But it does have red in there. Looks like with the two clothing factories, we've reduced the amount of workers up here by a bit. That, or there was a traffic jam. Seems like it is the first one. There's a lot fewer workers in here. Oh yeah, police investigation. That's where all the workers are. Thank you. I forgot about that completely. Police investigation looks very good now. We'll run it at a reduced rate. And also bring down the courthouse to some fewer workers again. And then up the amount of workers in the prison to 20 should be fine. As long as we're over 13, security shouldn't drop too much. We need a third of the wardens compared to your prisoners. That's why you have 40 prisoners versus 120 prisoners. 40 wardens versus 120 prisoners. Yeah, of course all the workers went here. I did set that up. Well, at the end of this year, going to next year, we're gonna get another research point. Just from existing in early start low tech. Surely there has to be a new deal with a new month. Probably, yeah. Like I said, might be monthly, might be earlier, might be later. I don't know. I'm just comparing weight versus price, the first three numbers, and the weight should be a lot higher than the first price. It just changed while I was looking at things, so the vehicle became unavailable. Nope, not a lot of trains available this time, or metro. Looks like we're doing okay with the heating here now. Still has me worried with what the whole coal supply was about then. Can I run them at like reduced heating and just save on coal? Just guessing at this point, yeah. Not sure about the deals. monuments next to grocers were like kind of stable, that I thought would work well, because everyone kind of needs to buy food. I know that the buildings highlight when the center of the building is within range of the monument. It's not checking the edges, it is checking the center, which kind of seems like being as close as possible to the center of the building would be the best way. If that is true, I don't know. I guess we would have to have like a person open that makes its way to make their way to the through the pergola. And it's kind of like difficult to see if that's a thing. Maybe someone who's like looking for food, like you, food, meat. You might go to the grocer instead, though. Yes, you're going to the grocer. We need someone who needs clothing. Culture. Alcohol would also work. You already went through. Oh, you don't know about the loyalty. We just know you're super healthy. Sports enjoyment, culture enjoyment, satiation, 83 happiness. It looks very good. Looks like we might have enough waste dumps now to deal with the dissipation of the waste being produced by the incinerator. But that is also probably because we don't have enough workers up here. Is it going to be inconsistent now? Looks like it is. Crime is spreading a little bit again, but the amount of workers seems to be sufficient. Probably need another increased birth rate research. fill all the 3 flats up. Now that the heating here seems to be sufficient, might as well. We're still at 20% highly educated, and it's not going to change. Not by much, at least. It will go down as the other houses fill up, but I think there's enough highly educated making their way through a university. I mean, we're losing a lot of money now because I guess iron profits are going down. I thought the clothing would do well. It doesn't seem like it's doing bad, is it? Export. Clothing and iron about the same. Last year iron was higher, but we didn't have a second clothing factory then. And iron seems to be relatively close to the same quantity as this year, except when we shut off the iron workers for requiring them to run the courthouse and the police station at an increased rate. Oh yeah, and with this thing I think like I don't think we care about anything other than reducing criminality. That doesn't change anything. That doesn't change anything. Like, we can give them some propaganda, which reduces their loyalty less, or we can give them sports enjoyment or culture enjoyment. Since their loyalty is going to crash very hard, I might as well give them culture enjoyment, which will give them happiness, culture enjoyment, and reduce their criminality, I guess. Maybe some sports enjoyment. Need more workers, I guess. Or is the loyalty in here getting worse? Because we do have enough workers, but I kinda wanna go towards secret police now. Figure out what the loyalty situation is like. See if the houses work well with the secret police, because they have really low density compared to other structures. And I hope that the secret police would keep track of everyone somewhat efficiently. Is there like an old secret police? No. They're still the same. I guess these were already brick buildings, so it makes sense to just leave them. City accounting office. I've never run accounting offices. Oh my god, Jesus Christ. So they take care of city zones. This could be a fairly large city with an accounting office. Do we have a trouble with throughput because of buses? Are there a lot of people inside the buses for the clothing factory not working? The latter one I can say no, definitely. What are you? So are you a single person on that route? Oh, you're still running with the line spacing because you have no end station. Hmm. That's why you're sometimes traveling slower. I'm gonna do this one. Also make you go through the end station, even if it's a little bit awkward. You shouldn't run into any trouble. It's kind of like a loop over there. And traveling that little bit extra distance means that you will always drive full speed on when you're out of the end station. And not slow down for line spacing. That is a pitiful amount of workers here. Two times prison, slider set to 813-0780 with decent number of wardens and everything is green. It's been stable for years. The fact if you get loyalty or not depends on how loyal your wardens are. Since our average loyalty is 33%, which is below 50%, means that we are losing loyalty from workers, which would be the same in orphanages. If you send perfectly 50% loyal people in here, the loyalty would be 0, no plus or minus, unless you mess with the propaganda slider. So I assume you have close to 50% loyalty, I would assume, on average. Or you have set the government loyalty to 50% and have enough loyalty. I'm not sure how it behaves on lower difficulties. I know that it's like easier to keep like a higher average loyalty, but I'm not sure if it messes with the behavior on the loyalty setting, that you might need like less than 50% loyalty to gain loyalty. Not sure about that. 68% loyalty here helps. Yep. That helps a lot. My goal that I have in my mind is still to set up like a positive loyalty spiral with nothing but like secret police probably. Get a secret police going, get the positive loyalty spiral going with a university and something. That's why I want to like exclude villages from this whole discussion, so we don't have to worry about the loyalty from Kugoshny. No one in Kugoshny is getting a university education because they're not traveling here. Only people in Bugodonsk get sent over to Kugoshny to replace the lost highly educated workforce. So we only have to worry now about getting the loyalty up in the settlement, and I'm not sure if it is possible if it has already dropped low. Why aren't you repairing? Oh crap, I never turned the repair station back on. Yeah, please repair our vehicles, otherwise we're gonna pay a lot of money for that. If Mega Monkey was here, he would post the classic emote right now. Thankfully we don't have to worry about that because he's tucked into bed, I assume. Oh, someone else posted classic emote. That works too, I guess. Fuel price still at 2,500. Now worry what's gonna happen next time we play this. I don't know why the rise happened. Does he sleep? He's always here. Oh. He makes me believe that he sometimes sleeps. If he does, I don't know. I think he might. I should probably call it, because I'm planning on streaming more. I've already now, together with the other stream, streamed over 10 hours. So we're going to put a cut in here for today. And I hope you still enjoyed the stream, even if there was an interruption in between. I think it was still fun. So, as always, thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the stream. We'll be putting a cut here, like I said. I'm looking for someone that we could raid. We raided Rubber Duck earlier today. I don't see anyone else streaming in English. JD is playing Captain of Industry. We could raid something barbaric for stationeers. Where is that tool, the stream manager, where you can get like recommendations for what to do after a stream? Where was that? I don't know. I think I'm just gonna call it today. It's getting quite late, and yeah, I need my brain power. I'm sure you're gonna find your own entertainment. Thank you, Think Like. Hello, also, by the way. You're welcome. And yeah, I'll be back tomorrow, streaming through to the official release of the DLC, I assume. And then everyone can enjoy it. So yeah, take care everyone, all the best, and maybe also next time.